Test, test. Well, hey, we've got something. We're going. Welcome to Amber Skies, and yeah, programming in C. Interesting. Get that off the screen. Right. What do we got? Coffee. Transfer server code to a game lib. Okay. Why do we have libraries? So, during all of this little bit of development we've been doing, I've been including these libraries. So, why do we need them? For exactly the same reason that I want to transfer server code to GameLib. Exactly the same reason. It's because we've got duplicate code. So all of this is duplicate code. And that's all it's about. Really. So from AmberNet init here, all the way down, send data, receive data, close server, all the way down to here is duplicated. The only stuff that we really need in this file is the program, which is this bit. We've still got a lot of space there. Who cares? I'm not doing a tidy up at the moment. I'm just looking to see if we do want to make any changes, and yes, we will be making changes to this, definitely. Okay. Do I want to make any changes to this? Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a quick look. We've got the printf, yeah, exit 2. There we go. I'm not doing if statements downwards. That's downwards. That's good. Looking good. I write downwards so I can read it better. So I want to make sure that I've written everything downwards. Right, well, there is stuff here that's missing, but hey-ho. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, this lot's not been done. I was just testing it out, seeing whether it would work or not. I'm just wondering whether I should keep the free packet in, now it was working. Probably. We do need to, oh right, packets, packets, packets. We've got free packet there. Free packet. Okay. We're going to remove that. It's obviously not doing much. And closing the socket needs to be done. So you just hit return. And then I can read it properly. There we go. Shut down quit. Yeah. And there we go. And now quit I can read with, I know what is what? That bit's your command, that bit's your variable, and that bit there is your end of command. Very easy to read. Right, so I've done that. Now we're going to need a game lib to put it all in. Alright, so solution. Add. New project. And I want a lib, a library. Yeah, static library would be fine. Project name is GameLib. Create. Alright, so I want to do a few things here. First thing to do is to click on to show all files, because I can't see what's going on otherwise. Okay, we have a GameLib CCP. I don't really want that, do I? No, I don't. So let's delete that. pch.ccp, do I really want that? No. Delete that. Delete that. And we're left with framework. Yeah, that looks about right. The only trouble is I don't like to call it framework, so I'm going to rename it to common. Alright. So what goes in common? Well, let's have a look at our server. In common will go anything that we are including or changing. So it's everything from the buffer. We can remove that line. So it's everything from here to here. So we're going to cut it out of here. Actually, no, we're not. Make sure that I did it right. Yep. And we are going to go over to common. And just press V. There we go. Lovely. That we can cut and paste. Hopefully. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, that's okay. That's looking good. Now we have to have a look at our solution, don't we? So we'll pop open the properties and we'll start working on the properties, and that's the wrong ones. I want GameLib properties. That's the right ones. Alrighty. Okay, includes. So include directories. We can edit and pop that on C for our includes. If we apply that, as you can see, all the squigglies went away. That's nice. Under librarian, additional library directories. Edit. And let's include our additional libraries. So that comes under lib64. Okay. Apply. What else do we need? Is it additional dependencies? Specifies additional items to add to the link command line. Yeah, that's the one then. Can we just open that? Yeah, we probably can. See, let's have a look. I want to get these right. Here we go. That's not helpful. So we have sdl2.lib. We have sdl2main.lib. And we have sdl2_net.lib. And that's all we have at this point. So we can apply that. That will give us access to everything here. We don't need anything else. Header files will look after themselves. Okay. Right, under GameLib we are going to add a folder. Make sure it says folder, and unless you're in the other view, and it'll say silly thing or whatever. This will be the source code, so I'll call it source. Under source, we're going to add another folder, and we're going to call it UDP network. In this folder, we're going to add a new item, and we can have a header file, and we can call it amber udp.h. There we go. And we can add a new item, CCP file, amber udp. .ccp, no. Are we using .c's? I'll use .c. Oh, we're using CPPs. Alright, we'll use a CPP. Rename. Put 2 P's on the end. It does matter, funnily enough. Those 2 P's make a big difference to how it's compiled. Microsoft will, or Visual Studio should I say, will detect what type of file it is. Is it a C file or a C++ file? Right, let's see what we can do here. Alright, so we've got the header file here. And we've got the common file here. Alright, this might work. Then again, it might not. Right, let's do this properly. What are we on? 1212. So that's 1212. We've got a pragma once. Let's just put a pragma once in. I want to copy that to here. And here. Anybody else missing this? No, there isn't, I shouldn't think. Alright, so we've got all of that in. So under udp.h, our first include has to be, and should always be, common. Now, if it complains about it, it does mean that one of our include directories is not okay. And it should be, but Microsoft being Microsoft hasn't put it in. GameLib, properties, and it's an include directory we want. So it's this one, include path. And we want which include project. So it's going to be, let's have a look at the macros. Project directory, this one. There we go. Is it a slash dot? I don't know. Let's take it. Let's pop it in and see if it works. It does. Okay. So now we can include our common. That's nice. And now we can put all of our files, which go in here. and that will be from the initialize all the way down to a note that I keep leaving myself. So we copy, we don't cut at this stage, so we may have to amend this. And this goes in here, like that. And of course, there's a load of errors. And that's because we have a .h file. And that will be hash include, and we want amber udp.h. There we go, has no problems with that. Everything clears up, thank God. And what we're going to put in that header file is the top bit of each one. So just making like a menu of what we've got in our CPP file, because that's all a header file really is. It's just a menu of what you've got. And it needs a semicolon at the end. Thank you. Okay, let's save that one. Let's do the next. So that's initialize. We've got send data. Semicolon. Next one. So it just acts as a, so you can, instead of opening a CPP file, going all the way through and finding out what functions are in here, you just look at the header file. And it's just like this nice little menu of what you've got in there. Got this one. Copy you. And that's exactly how it's used by the compiler. This doesn't get compiled. This just tells the compiler what to expect. That's all. It's completely useless. But it's helpful to the human and it's helpful to the compiler, so I use it. You don't have to in C. It's not needed. I think it's nice to have. It's one of the problems with C. People don't do this, and then they can't find what functions they have. That can be a problem. And because I've named it a CPP file, so it's acting like C++, it also gives me access to the C++ way of doing things, where I can use that same idea but with different things in the parenthesis. Now C++ will do that, so you can have the same name, this part, and you can have different things in the parenthesis, and you can then explicitly say, well, we could have this version, that version, or the other version of this. That is also helpful, and a big help. And in C you don't get that, but by doing it this way, we're still programming in C, but we do get that. Bonuses all around, so why not use it? So I don't use much C++. I might use vectors though. Yeah, I will use vectors, because C doesn't have them. Right, what have I just done? We are on user ID. There's another thing I haven't spoken about, and that's this last line here. And actually they haven't done it. I usually leave a line at the top, just in case Microsoft wants to add something. I'm not sure that they do it anymore. wouldn't have thought so. So that was user ID, then it's quit. Yeah, that'll do. That's interesting. That's right. Yep, are we happy? I think we are actually there. I think that's all I need. Now we've got a problem. Is this the same as the client? So what we need to do now, we can close that a minute, can't we? Commons working, we can close that. UDP server is where we've got all the information from, so we can close that. We now must do a double check with this. So let's just do a double check. That's all the same. I don't even need to look at what we've done. Yeah. So let's have a look. Where are we? 30. At this point I'm going to cheat and do that for a sec. So I can see it all. 33 please. Okay, in it. Here we are. Where's my coffee? This is where I have to read. Yeah, that's correct. Correct. You can see it's all the same. We've changed everything here by the looks of it. So that's correct. Using the right indexes, and we've now put it down to AmberNet buffer. Yeah, that's the big change that I made there last week. User ID. Quit. Just decided against this. SDL net quit. Yeah, that's good. As you see, I don't need all of this space. Right, so why do we need to have libraries is for duplicate code. You can write the code once and then use it in any program. So if you're wondering why stdio has printf function in it, what you do, and I'll show you what you do before I go into testing all of this lot, because we have to test it all. What you do is you probably have a look at common and stdio.h here. So line 21. Go to document stdio.h. Here it is. Do we need to do a search? Probably not. So every time you wanted to do printf, you would have to do the code that's in here. And you'd have to repeat the code every time. That's your endif. Check returns. Okay, return options. Okay. Successful returns. Error checking, basically. Alright, okay. That's a note to Visual Studio, like this one here. But you can see how much information is in here just to do printf. I/O synchronization and no-lock family of I/O functions. This is for using multi-threaded. So if you wanted to use printf in 2 different threads, you would also have to include all of this stuff. This is why you do not, and I mean do not, miss out on putting includes in. This has a lot of junk. Narrow character formatted input functions. What else we got in here? Strings. Right at the bottom, we've got names for compatibility. So this is a fully compatible library for C and C++, funnily enough. And all of this stuff required? No. Why is it all here? Because Windows has a lot of different ways of operating on things, and this has to check everything to make sure everything's working correctly. The code that it generates is horrible, and that's why I don't use it as much as I should. But I do include it. But I only include it in my common. So it's only ever included once in the whole of my files. And it's as simple as that, really. Right, we need to check that all of this works. So we start with the original. Can I have an extra? Visual Studio, please. This is the experiment. Okay. Solution Explorer is on. I don't know what view that is. Okay. Whatever. Alright, on this one we are going to be running the client. And or are we? No configurations. What is it saying that for? What is going on? It's got the wrong thing open. Ah, I see. I know what that is. I thought I'd taken that off. Remove from list. Thank you. Alright, local server is highlighted. So we're going to have the server on the left and the client here on the right. So I'll highlight it. Alright. YouTube export. Yeah, so that was yesterday's Smite PvP action. Oof, up on YouTube now. It was hot and intensive, honestly. So let's get a server running. debug, blah de blah de blah, let's run it. See if it'll run. Okay, UDP local server is now running. How's about that, peeps? Let's see what happens when we run the client. We're in debug. There we go. Results from send equals 1, and we sent the number 65 over as a result. All works. But you haven't changed anything. Correct. I haven't. What we need now is this gamelib to work. So how does this gamelib work? Well, we're going to keep it in debug. And we haven't told it where to go to. We want it to go to a library. So let's look at our properties. General. Here we go. Output directory. We would like in our project directory, please. Let's edit this. And it has to end in a backslash. I don't have a backslash on my keyboard. Okay. So we'll copy that character. And we'll get rid of that. So we don't want it in the solution, we want it in the project. That's the first thing. So we're looking for $project directory. That's there. Then we want a backslash, which is there. Then we want lib. L-I-B for library. And we want another one of those backslashes. And that's all we need. So that's changed that. Under gamelib, add new folder, and we'll call it lib with a character. Oh, yes. Okay. Lib with a capital L. I don't trust what it's just done. So I want it to put it in there. 100%. I want to be able to open that and see a library. Intermediate directory. Whoops. So we'll copy that. And we will, where it says platform, we'll just press a V over platform. And that should do it. Apply. Okay. Everything can go in that library directory now. Which is handy. Does it work? Set as startup project. Build. Unexpected end of file when looking for pre-compiled header. Ooh, did I forget something? Hash include pch.h. You remember I deleted them all? Well, I didn't tell Visual Studio that I deleted them all. Pre-compiled headers. Not using pre-compiled headers. Apply. Okay. Gamelib. Build. Succeeded. All the code's been tested. We know it works. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. And if we refresh and look in lib, under debug, no, just in lib, there it is. That's what we're after here. Gamelib.lib. And it even comes with its own PDB, which is debug symbols. database. Now there's a big reason I want that PDB, as we're going to see later today, hopefully. Because we need to talk about real programming rather than the stuff they teach you at school or what people tend to do these days. So we've now got a game library. Very easy to do, you might say. That means that we can now delete everything that we've been putting in our main programs and replace it with our game library. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Shall we try and do that first before I start altering anything? And of course we can run a test. And it should come up with 65. I was going to use the number 69, but that's the best number. Can't use that for testing. Alright, are we nearly ready? I always get nervous when I do this bit. This part of programming to me is awkward. So our builds are succeeding, but are they able to run? Okay. Let's start with the client. And all we have to do is /* delete, delete. Ah, it's going to stop, isn't it? We've already got the code. Who cares? Let's be bold. Let's get rid of all of this crap out of here. Alright, now we've got all of this problem. So really what we want to type here is hash include. What do we want to include? Just UDP network. Yeah, well, we can't do it yet. So let's try local client properties. Okay, general. Include directories, that might help. Why won't it? What's it doing? It's doing stupid things. Sure, it's put a character in there. Okay, whatever. MMO experiment. I want GameLib, and I want source. Select folder. Okay. Apply. Okay. So if I now put in UDP network, should work. It won't work because it's not doing it. Okay, that's better. UDP network is there. tab, amber udp.h. We still have a problem with SDL init. Or is it just being slow? And printf. So the common stuff isn't coming through. All right. That's interesting. It should. It's in the header file. Just save that out and see if it works it out. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. Also, we obviously need the library, which is game.lib.lib. So that we're in here, aren't we? Okay. Let's have some properties. Let's go over to linking, general. Additional library directories, that might help. Edit. What am I going to put here? We can put in MMO experiment, gamelib, lib. Don't want debug. I said I don't want debug. Right, that'll do. Okay, apply. Under input, we can add gamelib.lib. There we go. And we've still got red squigglies. So we do need SDL and all the rest of it. Okay. So what we're going to do is add a common to our local client. So let's try that. Add, new item, header file, just call it common. Should really have it in, shouldn't I, anyway? Common.h. Common h.h. Close. Common.h, and in our client, always include your common first. There it is. Perfect. In common.h, we are going to add whatever we've got in common.h here. Don't need that part. Alright, we'll copy that for a sec. We'll alter it. I don't want a buffer size, don't want the hash defines at all. Remove. Have the C standard and the SDL. That's all I want. Now everything is good. AmberNet IP address. Ah. So there is a problem. What is the AmberNet IP address? It's the host IP address. Oh yeah. So there was an error. We think. It's not a lot. It's not a very big program, but it'll work, hopefully. Okay. What I'll do is I will try and see whether that will compile. Oh, something I haven't done. The client, we have build dependencies. So it's a project dependency, and it's on GameLib. So we are now dependent on the GameLib being up to date. We do have to put that in. So if I build that, ooh. Amber UDP.h line 29. Syntax error. IP address. Yeah, I think I've overdone it on common there, haven't I? What it's... I think common shouldn't really have this slot in. Where was it? Amber UDP. And we can put it here. There we go. Okay. Set as startup project. Build. C++ does not support default int. What? Sorry, did I miss something in converting this over? What are you on about? I've missed a semicolon. I've missed a semicolon. There are no... Ah, wait a minute. There's no line there. That's for starters. So, GameLib. Build. Succeeds. Not a problem. What I'm going to do is remove that and ignore it. Build. According to this, we're missing a semicolon. No semicolons. Have I missed a semicolon here? No, because we had it working before. And we haven't changed anything. So why isn't it working? I'm finding this very interesting. Why isn't it working? Do I need a common? Right. Probably not. Alright, we'll put everything in here. GameLib. Build. Null import descriptor already defined in SCL2, blah blah blah, second definition ignored, okay. That's better. Alright, okay. Convert from 3 arguments to char star. Okay. So that will be an arrow. No. A dot. No. Don't like that idea. And it would be that. And that. Doesn't like it. It's asking for a char star, is it? No, it's asking for an IP address. The destination address. And it won't take the host address because it's not an IP address. Interesting. So we can look in local server. There's no send data. Okay. Can I set an IP address? It's here. AmberNet init does it. We've got a void marker on it. So it resolves that IP address. With the host and out. Okay. That's correct. And it's coming in as a const char hosted. Yeah. So don't we take that on our send? We don't. Where's destination used? It's used here. IP address, UDP packet address. And that's just a char star. I'm wondering if it's supposed to be this resolve host, or whether I can just use AmberNet. So that would be a const char star. To me, it's just that. Const char star, no suitable constructor exists to convert from const char star to IP address. IP address for local. And why have I got my caps lock on? Local server. Equals what? So it can't convert. Alright, we have to resolve that. We have to do one of them. To get it. That's the change. I don't really want that in here. Can we get AmberNet IP address from here, please? I think we can. AmberNet user ID. Is that why I made it? That would work. We need host IP, really. Okay. I'll have host IP then. So I want an IP address for the AmberNet. Let's do it properly. AmberNet host or server. IP. And we'll take you and we'll make you into something. All we've got to do is get the right one. Pop it in here. Put some brackets in, and what we just want to do is return whatever the host is. So it would be AmberNet I think it's just IP address. Something like that, just for a second. Whilst I check it. I can check it from the other side, can't I? Yep. I think that's right. Let's just make sure up here. Yep, it's got to be that one. That looks good to me. That gives us access to it. So in our client is the one we are doing. Why do I have the server open? It isn't that anymore. It is AmberNet server IP. And that's local server. And it works. How strange. Right, let's try and UDP client build. Line 1. There is no line 1. That's a linking error. Project dependencies, game lib, build order. Use the Dependencies tab to change the build order. The build order's wrong. It doesn't exist at that point. Okay, local. Build dependence, project dependencies, game lib. Game lib's now at the top. Server client. Yep, that's right. Jesus Christ. That built. And this one. It's giving me a link error. I think it's this thing. That doesn't exist. But that does. Yes, you are allowed to put these in here, because it returns the value of an IP address, which is what this is asking for. So I run struct UDP socket AmberNet socket already defined in UDP local client.obj. Ooh, is this one of these horrible thingies? No. No, it wants both. Doesn't just want the host. So this is where I find these, the setup of these libraries very strange. You can put the correct code in, but how do you get it to work? Because of these kind of linking errors. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because it's a main file? but that's why I use a common. No, it doesn't like me for some reason. It's a main file, so if I put these in, it's going to bugger it up. I'm trying to protect the system with pragma once. I only want these to be included once, ever. So it's protected in here by pragma once. Everything out of this header file should be usable. That's interesting. I can't link the IP address. That's stupid. I've got SDL2net in the additional dependencies. I have access to it. If I bring these out, will it know? There's the problem. There we go. Will it know? Yeah, one or more multiply defined symbols found. I'm not damn well surprised. That's not a good idea. Certainly not a good idea. That doesn't do anything good. Right, so why does this not work? It doesn't work because we can't link struct UDP socket. It says it's already defined in UDP local client object. So we have a double definition of AmberNet socket. Let's have a look at that. So AmberNet socket is here. And if we look where it's used in this resolve host. So all resolve host does, by the way, is place that in the correct place within a structure and that into the correct place within the structure. It just records those two items into that structure called an IP address. Did we have a call AmberNet init? We did, didn't we? With that information. I could resolve a host here. Instead of dragging it back through. So it's already within the program system. Why can't I use it myself? Why can't I just use it from the header? Why can't I use that from the header? Because it's in the header. And I'm using that header. It goes yellow, which is correct. And we have link problems. We've got duplicate stuff coming through, and I can't understand why. Already defined. AmberNet socket is already defined. Where's the second definition? Help, help, help. It's not here. It's in a header. I've just taken all this garbage out and it didn't break. Struct UDP socket. Which is this one here. It's breaking on the socket. Open port in. Which I need. Because that gives me port out, that one gives me port in. That's for listening, that's for sending. Is it this bind? No, we're just binding that back into the socket. So we're putting everything into the socket where it should be. The socket contains all information. And you can make a list of sockets to have different ones for each person if you really want to. But on UDP you don't need that. So it doesn't work. I'm amazed. Can anybody see anything that is obvious that I'm doing wrong? Static lib, yeah. So all of this code that I've put here just gets lumped in to the local client. It's not independent and doesn't need a DLL. We've emptied common? No, we haven't. We don't need common. It's already in here. There is no reason on this earth I can think of why would this not work. To me that is dodgy. Very dodgy. If anybody's got an answer, let me know. I haven't got an answer for it. Is it Microsoft Visual Studio just being stupid? Because that's what I think it is. If I turn these into C files, will it work? Because it shouldn't compile them any differently. I haven't got a clue why we're getting a duplication of socket packet, IP address, all duplications. From where? Ah, clean. Why is all this debug still here? Alright, can I just get rid of all this rubbish? No idea why it keeps hold of all of this rubbish. I didn't ask it to keep it. Alright, so that's all the rubbish out of the way with. We do have a game lib. All I want to do is build use by itself. Can I open file game lib.lib? Why not? It's there. Oh, has it disappeared? There it is. One succeeded. One warning. Already, yeah, that's the definition. That's fine. Okay, so we've got a library. Should be nothing else to do with the library. I should be able to just build this without any problems whatsoever, and there it goes. Why is it doing it twice? That's a little bit annoying, isn't it? Even if you were to accidentally include something twice, that stops it. So you can't have anything included twice. But we have split it into two files. We split our code into two files. Which is perfectly legal. That's better. Source. UDP network. Rename. Time to take the PP off. Let's go with C. It works. And it will give us a library. Local client, however, that's better. That's a lot better. Unresolved external symbols, that's better. I don't mind symbols, because I know what that is. That's interesting. What that's saying is it wants me to also include the C, but you don't in a library. External symbol, AmberNet init. Send, quit. What it's saying now is that in our client it can't find these. But according to this it can. We've got no errors. But it's saying it can't find them. Let's go one step further. succeeded. Works. So it won't work with a CPP, it will work with a C. So it's something to do with Visual Studio. It uses exactly the same code to generate a CPP set of files as it does a C set of files. What's the difference? Right, so we don't need common. That's gone. That's good for me. That means I can now empty common. I don't want to repeat those. So we've got it working, but we've only got it working in C. We haven't got the CPP appendage, which is a damned nuisance. Because that means I lose vectors. I'll have to rewrite them, won't I? Isn't it obvious? Output from debug. Build, please. Right, I think I know what's happening. It's SDL that's written in C. And I think Visual Studio's picking up on that fact. And we are cross-compiling into CPPs. Right, so if we look at our client, that's all we need. So we can clean our client up now, can't we? Let's clean our client up. I'm sick of looking at this rubbish. There we go. Alright, those two. Don't go there. Any variables we need go at the top, so we know where to find them. Of course, got large spaces because it's development code. That looks correct. There's a comma, and then there's an end. We've got SDL init here, so SDL quick goes there. Right, lovely. And that's your final program for testing. So now we can open this and do the same. Which is that. Rename to a C file now. We are doing C properly, it looks like. Damn shame. I like cheating. And that means that you need to be cleaned out because you've got CPP garbage in there. Okay. So we just need to set this up in the same way. Make sure there's no build dependencies, as we are doing it separately. And properties. Here we go. Additional include directories. Source. Linker. Additional libraries. Add our library. Which is the same for both. Lib, correct, okay. Input, add our library. Add our library. Which is GameLib. .lib. Make sure your spelling's correct. Okay, apply. We've got a library, got a way to get the library, and we've got the header files. Okay. So here we just hash include it all. Hash include. And it is Amber. Nope. It's UDP network. There it is. There we go. And that's okay, everything should be fine now. So I should be able to build. Cannot open what? Pardon? Yes, you can. It's got nothing to do with you. No such file or directory. Alright, commons being a problem. I don't need it. Okay. Alright. Set a startup project. Let's see if the server runs. It does seem to. client, set as that, click on that, and everything works and cleans up. It works. We now have everything in C. We have a game library that works, and we have servers that work. Alright, that's fine by me. I'm happy with that. We don't need the common file. That's just useless junk, so we'll get rid of it. It's just complications which we don't need. Delete. Alrighty. Now we are on the master path. This is the last thing that we put on the master thingy. So under solution, clean our solution. Under solution, build solution. 3 successful, 0 failed, 0 up to update, yeah, 0 skipped. Fantastic. Lovely. So that will do. What do we have under team exploit? No, git changes. Right, we've got all of this lot to work through. Alright, what I think I'm going to do is just clean solution and then look at the git changes, because that's a lot. Good. Right, I'm happy with that. Okay, so server and client test for Amber UDP library. Full stop. Commit all. And sync. Pushing current branch. We have done it. We now have this saved on the internet. So if we can have a quick look at the internet, we should have it added now as GameLib. There's our UDP network. There we go. And that's everything in there. So that now works. We now need to know, what can this handle? I've just put a couple of numbers in. The number 65. What can it actually handle? What can I really send and receive? Well, anything really. What you should really want to look at is sending and receiving. So client is a sender. What would happen if I would like to send the word hello? Well, that would be a number of characters, wouldn't it? But how big is the length Where do we put our data? Here we go, up at the top. So this is our data. What is a uint 8 really? What is that? That's an address. Called data. And we set it to 65. So how do we get to length 2? Do we just type in more numbers? Let's try typing in 651. We are on client, please. Set as project. Let's just run that. Cannot open file. Oh, right. We'll have to build that first, won't we? Result from send equals 1. Choose another number. We're still sending 1. What happens if I put a 2 here? No, still sending 1. Still sending 1. What's going on? Does anybody know? Still only sending 1. So what are we actually sending? Shall we find out? Bugger off with that. There's our server. Let's find out what we're sending. 21. What? Result equals 21. Why? So this seems to go out of sync somewhere. So what's really going on here? What have we done? There you go, got 12. I know exactly what happened, don't worry. I put a 3 on here, what's going to happen? Still only going to send 1, by the way. Whoops, wrong way to do it. Server's up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So does this give us a bit more of an idea of what's going on here? Let's put the 4 in. These are the things you should really be looking at when programming. It's not the actual programming that matters. It's what can you do with the program that you've just made. What is it doing? You've got to look into the underneath of it. Oh, we've now got minus 46. The clue is that uint 8 so we now know why we need libraries, because it holds functions that we can reuse in different programs. We know all about that. We know how we can include them in everything. And it's going to use header files no matter what it says. So we're alright with this lot. Okay. Clear canvas. So what we need to understand now is uint 8. What is it? It's a uint 8 underscore t. So I can add underscore t to our little thingy over here. Because that's its correct thingy. What is that? So if I was to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 8 of what? What's that T? It's underscore type. That T stands for type. So this is binary. Now, if anybody knows binary to hex, that's binary. That is an F, that is an F, and that's in hexadecimal. Okay. Why do I want it in hex? Because it's easier to type. FF. That's something interesting. What else is FF? If you add all of that lot up, what's the maximum, what's the biggest number you can hold? FF. It's 255. And that's in decimal. We can prove it now, can't we? Because that's bigger than 255. So what we saw was an overflow. We're only sending 1, so it's an overflow. The data wasn't split down into 2 parts. So we can only send 0 to 255, which is 256, by the way. 255 is the highest. Remember, we start from 0, so it is actually 256 numbers. How do we close this? So if I put in here 255, we know it's 1. We can't go to 2. What's going to happen? I'm on server here. Do not prompt me again. I'm sick of seeing it. Okay, let's pop the server up. We're on 255. Let's run. Yeah, look at the result. 255 isn't 255, it's -1. We can actually only send 255 numbers. So the maximum we can send, remember there's a 0, It's 254. So this is a lesson in how computers work. We'll probably get another minus now. Depends how it handles 254. -2, that's right. So, what's it doing? It's giving us minus signs. So what's half of 255? 256 really, it's 128. So if we put in 128, I should really get this in a loop for doing this, so we can have the server continually running. Might be a good idea. We get -128. At 127, we get positive 127. So that is the highest number we can send. Unless you want to use minuses. So we are splitting this down into plus or minus 127. So that tells us our range. So this gives a range -128 to plus 127. And that's what we are actually sending as data. And that's all we can send. In theory. But that's not true, is it? I mean, what's this length thing doing and why isn't it working? Because what we would have to do is put data, but as a series of these. So if I was to say uint8 1. No, let's put 0. Let's do it properly. uint8, please. Oh, it's got a capital U on it. How stupid. Data. Remember, we start from 0. I'll put it to 2 anyway. No, I won't. Yes, I will. For testing. So data 1, we will put equal to 100. Data 2, we will put equal to 25. Anything will do. So that's int length. If I put 2, what will we get? Data is now already what we need. We don't need an ampersand inside in front of data. Data is already an an address. So if we were to do that, what would we get? I know the answer. So we've got 3 items held in data, and we're going to try and send them. And our length is 2. Let's try it. Done a bit of programming. Let's get our server running. Let's run this and hopefully get an error. Buffer data of size 2 bytes will be overrun. 1 byte will be written starting at offset 2. What the hell does that mean? It means line 23 is probably wrong. So we'll get rid of it. Because it is wrong. Just realised I've overflowed our data. Let's try running it again. We get the 7. Sorry, we get the 127. Why? Results from send equals 1. That's irrelevant. It's not telling us anything. We've already tried that out. Well, actually it is. It's telling us that only 1 was sent, I guess. But only result 127 was received. That is guaranteed. So we've got a problem there in the way that we're receiving data. We might have more than 1 data item being received, and we haven't accounted for that. We've only accounted for 1 item of data being sent. So our system currently is limited to 1 item of data. Is that going to be enough? Probably not. How do we send data? We're gonna have to look at that. So how should our client send data? Well, funnily enough, the answer lies in the keyboard. We should really be sending letters, not numbers. And the codes for those letters go, well, the codes for the whole range of keyboards that you can get goes from 0 to 255. That's remarkably similar to a number that we know. But we need to interpret the flow of data so we can pass it through the system. Let's see how things are looking back on SDL network, shall we? I'm not sure actually. I haven't got anything on my project stuff, have I? Don't think I have. Just wake this computer up a minute. No, that's all OpenGL. We do have the text file utilities, what they got in. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Here, mousey, mousey. Oh god, I hate this mouse on this system like that. Alright, we've got split string size T, that's fine. That means any size. So that's for splitting strings down. Alright. That might be useful. Carries on, does it? Wow. Ooh, bah, wow. Let's make that a bit less bright, shall we? Right, documentation. TCP, UDP. I'm going to have a look at their server. So as you can see, they haven't been bothered to write in English. Very kind of them. OXFF is a standard error, by the way, that's -1. And they're using a standard timeout of 5 seconds. Yeah, okay, we could do that. So send. That's your error. Why do you need a UDP packet in for send? There it is. We've got to do while. If error, while not error. So that doesn't do anything. That do while loop does nothing, that's error. All error checking. It's looking for a timeout. It's looking for any kind of network error. And it will put in a delay if there is an error. So this doesn't do anything except... that doesn't send? Where's the send command? Error in data 0 That's that one. That's the packet. That's a time counter. Do. Second time counter. If time counter minus initial time counter is greater than a timeout, then printf timed out. If, here we are, here it is. There's your send. Gives an error. Now. Yeah. If error SDL event, yeah. While not error. While there's no error. Well, there's going to be an error if you run out of data, isn't there? But why is it using in instead of out? Is that a typo? Under receive, they're using in. This is a typo. It should be out. That's wrong. It's used there. Out. I'm right. Why are we using in? Well, channel is -1, and the socket is the socket that we already have. So all we need to do is unravel the mystery of the UDP packet. And we can send that directly. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Send data. All we've done is we've taken a piece of data as a uint *8, so in other words a number, and we have sent it out. And as you can see, we are using AmberNet out, which is a UDP packet. So a UDP packet contains all of this information. Interesting. Very interesting. Actually, it contains a bit more than this, but this tells me how it's roughly split down. So that uint data just gets shoved in here. Because that's a uint 8 star. But look after the star. It says unnamed in brackets. Which means it can send uint 8 from that data onwards, depending on the length. Right. Let's go and have a look at the main program now and see how they prepare their data. But now we know that this has this little thing in it called unnamed, which tells me that it's a vector because of the way it's displayed on the screen. And I like vectors. Vectors are easy to use. So all we need to do here, check our command line, initialize network SDL, get the ports, yeah, open the ports, allocate your packets, allocate 32 packets of size, length, ooh. Allocation of packets. We haven't done that, have we? We have done it to network buffer size 1024. What's len? Well, len will be 8. Start out's 32, yeah, that's right. Packets is a vector, so it's double star. I don't like doing it that way. Len is 1400. Allocate max packet. Right, that's where we're setting the packets up. And that's what we haven't done. I'll take that number though. And we can put that in place of here. Like I said, we're going to change numbers, so I put it as a number. This is the I got you. Packets. What's packets? Packets is a star, isn't it? Yeah. So we need an address. Packet 0. Yeah, got you. We've only got stars. And it's vectored. We might have to change over to vectors there. Bit more complicated in C than it needs to be. So when it comes to packets, here, this out, but it's putting it separate. UDP packet star amber underscore packets. Add a poll. Just pop that in and see if we can get it to work. So I've now got amber packets. And we'll look in here. Well, I need a length. I don't like putting that length as a number there. That's a const. It's just a number. And why pick 1400? It looks random to me. So I've got our out and we're in. Alright, allocate. Okay. Allocate. I'll go with what they've got. 32 to start off with. Packets. Just do the same as whatever's on the screen. Of size 1400. Of length. And basically all that's doing here is setting up packets. So packet and the amber. I haven't done it right, have I? No, it should be amber net. Otherwise, the convention is wrecked. Amber net packets. And that's going to equal SDL net underscore. And this is slightly different, isn't it? Or are these the same one? No, it is different. It's packet V. It's the other one. That one. That means allocate packets vector. So we want 32, comma 1400. Do we need to do anything with these? Nope. We're then going into a while loop. So this is what we didn't have, which meant we couldn't do much. We could only send one packet And that was it. Of minus to plus basics. So we now have a packet in memory. How do we load it up with data? So waiting on our in data. Sock in. Yeah, in data, in data. -1 in, continue, gets to where, if, right. Mem copy or in data, yeah, that's fine. Host, IP number and port, yeah, if you want to. We don't at the moment. If host, request from host. Why would the host? Is this the client, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Else printf. Request from host. Sock IP, yeah. Yep. String copy. Why are you doing that? That's data +1. Right, okay. And they are using struct stat buff. Good. So this is the same thing repeated. Alright, they have a read buffer. And they're opening it. So this is MSCVER, that one. On other systems, MSVC has no check for a valid file except that it opens. Oh, great. That's fantastic. We're on MSVC, aren't we? File length. Length. So you're getting off size. -1. Okay. That's a printf. That's a notification. Out. Data. SDLnet write, it's here. And it's in 32, which is why we needed the 32, thank you. To the out data +1. So that's our line for writing. And we need a buffer for it. So that is a buffer. Not sure of this data type, you see. It's a buffer. It's not a uint8 at all that we need. I don't know if we're going to need all of this. Alright, let's have a look, see what we can do here. So what we're looking at is an SDLnet write 32 to AmberNet out. Then we're putting the length in. Why have they done it that way? Out, that doesn't make sense. Are you going to be sending zeros at this point with this length? We've not got a mem copy here, have we? No. And then you come up with this, length equals 9. Where's this magic number come from? We might not know that. No, we don't know that. We've got length. So that still exists. It's this data part that's changed. But they seem to have done it in 2 parts to be awkward. So they put this in. F length comes from the buffer size. Do we really want to put this in here? Because that changes AmberNet buffer to this struct. So it'd be a struct static AmberNet buffer, and that might be a bad idea. What is a stat anyway? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Non-SDC type names, yeah. Non-SDC, yeah, non-standard C names. Okay. Where were we using our buffer? We want to use it in send here. Will that work? And it's got to be... This isn't going to work. It's not going to work like that. Is stat fname buff equals 0 and f open equals blah 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 blah. F equals f open. Oh great. Fantastic variable names you're using. We can write the data, blah 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 blah. We just need that out as we had it. Oops, UDP send. Yeah, that's where the actual function comes in. Out in blah 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 blah. Send file. Out data equals data 0. Out length equals 1. Je ne comprends pas. Gotcha. We can just use data 0. We've actually got it right. Damn you. Why? I understand the data plus 1. Data plus 5, yeah. Why do we need this stupid bit? How do we get length up? Flush input. read, write, and that's a full amount. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, so that's all full. That's, yeah, 64-bit, 32-bit, sorry. This is so weird. This is so badly written. I hate it. So we have a read and we have a write. That's all I've got from that. But it's that badly written, it's very difficult to read. So SDLnet underscore write. It's not even listed. Receive V, send V. That's what we've ignored. Oh, that's easier. And end packets. Let's swap over to that. That's send vectored. This is send singular. Gotcha. Alright. Interesting ideas there. We'll get rid of them. So when we're sending here, we can change that to the socket. The packet V and int n packets. What's that? Num packets or something. Pardon. Put a V after that. Yeah, it's capital V. Where's paste gone? Thank you. Right, that works. We've got the socket. What do we need for AmberNet packets? A packet V. A packet V. AmberNet packets. So it is ***. So a packet vector. We need a UDP packet **v. And a UDP socket we've got. Alright, so that goes something like... Let me just pop this down somewhere where it's just gonna... So that's your data. God, why can't this do anything simply? Advanced. Thank you, that's all I really wanted to do. Yeah, it's going to have to be that. That's a damn shame. So that's our data. That goes in there. I'm now sure of it. And that works. Num packets get slotted in there. The packets itself has to be placed in here. Socket we've got. That's our allocation. So we can take up to 32 packets of length 1400. It's quite a considerable amount of data. How can we make a packet V? This is the problematic bit that I've got now, is how do we do this? AmberNet packets equals packet V. What I'm thinking is that we just make it ourselves within the send data. Where each packet would be stored with a number. So what we want to do is send in the data. We don't want to be messing around trying to work out what a packet V is within our main program. We just want to be able to send in the data. That's the idea. So I'm looking at what, const char star? Is the easiest way to do it as a string of characters, up to 32 characters. No, but we can have 32 times 1,400. We only need one packet. Num packets is going to be 1. Which way round are those allocation of packets? Int how many, int size. That's what I'm thinking. Each size bytes long. Okay. So we can have 32 packets of 1,400. That's way too many. So, for instance, let's say I get some data in. Const char star, and we'll just call it data for now, as I spill everything everywhere. Thank you. Data. Okay. How would I convert that into the data for sending? Am I allowed to use 0? Yes, I am. There you go. That's just an address. And that's just an address. Oh, God, I'm too good at this game. it's a do while index is less than num packets. Int index equals 0. That becomes index, and that becomes index plus plus. That's your code to fill up your data. So really, it should be char star star. We'll allow 32. And that it'll be index. That's basically how I would do it. No idea why that didn't go across. Oh, I do. Oops. Undo that, please. What the hell are you doing to me? Tab? No, you can't tab for some reason. Okay. You will tab, though, if I do a bracket there. No, somehow we've gone from insert to delete. Space that for a sec. Let me just read what I'm doing. Yeah, that works. That's how simple C is. Because we're dealing with addresses, we're not dealing with the data itself. So that's the trick to this one. The trick isn't thinking about the data. The trick is, that's an address. That's an address. And that just says which of the addresses we want to assign. So we're transferring whatever's in that set of addresses there into that set of addresses there. I'm not sure, do I need an ampersand? Shouldn't do. as a vector. So where it had that strange thing on what it is, the vector thingy, I think we need an and sign here. Nope. No. No, it's going to accept it as is. Okay. It's a straight address to an address conversion. Because that's a star star, and that's a star star. Clever. Well written. Well done, whoever did that. Now we need to be able to receive that. So we're using send v here. And we're using receive little v here. We are sending using the same socket as receive, okay. Okay. I'm not so sure we want it like this. That's send v. Let's have a look at receive v. I want the big V, please, not the small v. We can use a UDP socket. Yeah, we've got one of those. And a UDP packet V. So let's pop you to a capital V. We can use, we can't use you anymore. But we can use you. That might be better. If this thing will catch up with us. It's not giving any information at the moment. Alrighty, so we have a UDP socket, which we've got, a UDP packet, which we've got, right. Don't care about the number received for a second. Yes, we do. Give ourselves some space to work with. Yeah, alright. So int number of packets received. And we'll also have an index, because we're going to need one, aren't we? Probably. Right, what do we do? Oh, that goes outside. We do have an AmberNet buffer in case we need one. I'm not sure we're going to need this. Doesn't look like it. Why is it under advanced? Yep, it's an int. That's good. That's fine. So it's got to be one or more packets received. We will probably need a buffer. Can I get the address out of AmberNet packets? Don't know. So it says before. So we are bringing this back in. And we'll see if we can work with it. We haven't got AmberNet in. We've got AmberNet packets. Can I use socket? Not that one. There's nothing there. There's just nothing there, is there? Have we got a dot? Have we got an arrow? Nothing. Where will it be? It's under AmberNet socket. It is, it's here. But where under there? Where are you? Why aren't you just there? You should just be there, and you're not. Oh. Work that out in a minute. Oh. We need to look at that socket. Index equals a blah 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 up until we get to the number of packets received. Copy that to there, and then that is AmberNet packets is used here in place of that. And the only thing we're lost is the user's IP somewhere. So everything's the same, which is to be expected, I guess. Do something with packet VI. Yeah, that's what we've done. Put them into a buffer, return the buffer as a char star. So we are putting them back into characters at this point here. AmberNet socket is a UDP socket. Where's UDP sockets? Used to work with UDP sockets, right? Get the assigned IP address for a socket channel or get the port. Alright, so it's SDL, get peer address, UDP socket on whatever channel. I haven't got a channel, so it's a 0, isn't it? The channel to get the primary address from in the socket. This may also be -1 to get the port, which this socket is -1. Okay. So we want that. Basically, there. It'll be a little bit more complicated. UDP socket is the AmberNet socket. And that is a -1. Because we are not defining the channels. We're only using one channel, and it's defined by the system. Alright, let's tidy this up. I don't need a buffer. Yes, I do. So that remains. I do want that buffer, and I do want that mem set. Otherwise the buffer gets corrupted. I'm happy there. I'm happy there. I've still got this. Have I got something here wrong? What's it not happy about? Oh. Thank you. Pardon? All right. Okay. Simple enough. Stop being a pointer. That's all I've asked it to do there, is I've just asked it to please just give me the value, not the address, to go into there. I just want the value. Don't want a pointer. Could put it on the other side. It's usually put on the left. Is it not? No. And you can't do that because it's a structure, so you have to put it on the right. Okay, I've got you. I've got you. So it does have to go there. That's correct. That's correct. And that gives us all the information we already wanted. Alrighty. That looks okay. Bit more complicated than I wanted it initially. Okay. That's fine. Absolutely fine. So we can now receive data as characters. I think it should be a const char star there. And our send has totally changed. See if that's any better. That should work. How are we looking? So all we've done is we've looked at some demonstration code, realised that there's different ways to do it, and then looked at the different ways to do it in the manual. That's a normal. I don't know. No, we don't need to keep the binds and unbinds going. It's just a waste of time. So the only thing I'm bothered about is this char star here. We're sending in a const char star, but we're receiving a char star. Oh, you can't modify a const. Are we modifying? Where are we getting our const? Alright, there's our char star. It's coming from here. Okay. This looks interesting now. We can still have overflow errors like we did in the initial tests. But now we just need to send in a char star. That's a difference we have to make. Could be interesting. Our coming out stuff is the same, so receiving is the same. Server hasn't changed. Alright. Does that rebuild? It does. 5 warnings. Okay, line 78. We have a difference of opinion. Different const qualifiers. Alright. I'm getting problems with SDLnet UDP receive V. That's because receive V does not exist. It's small v, capital V. That exists. Can we get it to go orange at least? SDL net underscore UDP. Let's look down. Yeah, it's that one there. It's done it now. Good. So I had made a mistake. Rebuild. Okay. Succeeded. We've got a lot less garbage going on. Different const. Char differs in levels of indirection from UDP packet. Star. Correct, it does. You're right. Index unreferenced local variable on 112. Correct, it is. Not needed. Okay, that got rid of that. Already defined. Blah blah blah. Second definition ignored. Okay. That's better. const qualifiers on line 78. Let's look at that. So yeah, we've got a const char star. And we're only giving out in a char star, so can we not just do char star? The brackets are intended. We can fill in the brackets at the other end. We don't need it at this end. So that's okay. That should sort out that one. Oh, no, it doesn't like something. Ah, right. Okay. Incompatible types from char star to UD packet. Ah. Interesting, because it is actually now. Now that we've taken the const out, it doesn't count it as a string. So it has to come in as a const. That's interesting. It might not work, but const char star is handled differently to a char star. It's a string data type, which is what I want for this bit. I'm not sure what the heck we're going to get out of this, but you never know. Right, so we've still got these three qualifiers. I think I'll go with that. As we're trying to deal with memory and not the contents of the memory, we're just shifting memory locations, values, or storing memory location values of data. It's when that data gets erased that's the problem, and that's why these warnings are here. What it means is we're doing shallow copies. I'm willing to give that a try. So our data is now a const char star. Which is interesting. Can that really be a data type? Okay. Const star data, that's that, yeah. Int num packets. Alright, 2, yeah. IP address, destination, address. There you go, that's that. And it built. Well, let's have a look at the server. Okay, we don't set this up. You'd think it'd work the same. Is it an S? Oh, jeez. Backspace. S. All right. Must be the address. Where's the address? He's gone. I can't see anything. The lights have gone out. Thank you. If it wants an address, it can have an address. Alright. What should we get? Well, we're only printing out one result. Even though we're attempting to send two. Get the server up, I guess. I'm running out of light. One server. Oof, that didn't look good. Ooh. Access violation, reading location. Why are you reading location there? Oh. Ah, we're over here, are we? What am I on? Send V. UDP socket. Why is that an access violation? Did I not get a firewall ring? I might have got a firewall ring. God help me. Are there any firewalls? Nope. So we found a problem. We do still have a local server going. Anything else that's a problem? I hope not. Right. Right, let's try again. Client. It's supposed to be able to read that, isn't it? Ambinet's socket isn't working. It's bound. That's correct. It is the correct. Maybe we do need to set that to a channel. Why would that crash it? It shouldn't be able to. Right, so on line 90. Yet again, you have stumped me on that one, mateys. Because I can't read it. Why is it all the way over here? Unknown. Why are we trying to use... We do have an error in SDLNet on the send. What is this actually in? That should work. It is actually, it does have the value of hello. at this point. But if I put an ampersand sign there, no, I'm not sure about that. The client I don't like. Okay. Oh. A reader character, yeah. Better. That's better. It's coming from here. Error reading character. Error reading characters of string. Okay. And that's because I put a star there. Okay, send data, here we go. If I remember right, there's a way to do this. And get around it and see. I keep pressing the wrong button. That should be an error. No. Okay. Right, we've got 0 cent. Good, we got a result. I can work with a 0. Result from send equals 0. Okay. So we can leave the server running. So if the result from that was 0, that means there was nothing to send. None packets. Data length 2. So that value is 2. fills the packets up. That has to be an AND as well, doesn't it, to make the kit a false statement. It won't let me. Oh. Okay. Hold on a minute. If I rebuild GameLib, 3 warnings. Look at the warnings. Yeah, I've got a star and a star star. AmberNet packets. It should be a star star. We've got to make this into a star star. No, you can't put an ampersand sign there. That takes a star off it. That is correct. That is address to address, but it's a const. Oh, this is so nasty. Because it's a const, you can't change it. And that means when you share the data, you can't change it or do anything with it. Does that mean I have to copy it over? Mem copy? Probably. I think that's a mem copy. I think that's where the problem is. Yeah, it's a const qualifier that's going to give us a lot of problems. That. That's the one thing I've got to get past. I wonder if I can just do a charty. Because if I remove that off here, let's see if we can get away with something really strange. You can falsify. And do that. It's the one thing you can do in C, but in probably no other language. You can falsify information. Someone is sending that over. I can still use an index on it. Just as if it was an array. I wonder what would happen then. Does it have to be data or data plus 1? Ah. Good point. Still got me 3 warnings. Ah, I've got a char now. Now that becomes the ampersand sign. Please tell me that that is not wrong. Incompatible types, char star to UD packet star. Just gives warnings. So what we're doing is we're lying to it. Because it's data in memory, and I'm only doing memory addresses. It is the address of the index. No, I'm going to go with the address of the index. No, don't do that. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. Still sending nothing. Okay. It's not copying the address. That's the address, and it's going into the indirect. It's going into the vector for that index. Oh God, this is going to be confusion. Yes, that's legal. It's saying the right things, but it's not transferring the information. Is that true? Yes. I don't really want to do anything with that, because I know what I'm messing up. It's this line. Something I'm going to have to think on it looks like. How to get character strings in. That's single characters. I'm working on a basic server system, and I'm wondering how to send data. Now, data itself can only be in a uint8 format. It isn't a kind of server, it's just a server. This is a template. And I'm wondering what this format should be. What type of data? What does it serve? Nothing at the moment. We're just transferring data. I'm able to transfer single numbers in the range of -128 to +127 quite easily. That's not a problem. When I come to use vectors and blocks of data, how do I get the blocks of data in there? That's the question. Where's your socket code? What's that got to do with the price of fish? I'm talking about sending data. Socket's got nothing to do with that. Could try that. That is legal. Like that. Client. Char star data 32. Yeah, that will work. Char star data 32. That'll work. I can put length in there, can't I? No, I've got to put 0. Which is the same as putting nothing at all. No, I'm not saying I'm not using a socket. I'm saying what's that got to do with the price of fish? What's the socket got to do with sending the data? I can use any socket I want. There's the socket, AmberNet socket. There you go, UDP socket, AmberNet socket. We've already got one. It works. I know it works because we've been using it for tests. So there's your socket there. It says it on it. It's this line here that I've got a problem with, because what we have here is UDP packets and a vector of them. I've got data I want to place into a vector of UDP packets, and I would like them to be in the format of characters. So I don't think what I've just typed is legal. Not that Visual Studio can tell whether things are legal or not, because it doesn't tell you properly. So I'll build it. Incompatible types from char star to UDP packet star. Is it just a type T? This is really amazingly stupid. Is it just a type T? I'm going to have to switch a light on, I can't see my keyboard. All I want is the address. I don't want anything else. WC type T. That's all we've got, is it? We don't have an actual type T. What the hell's one of them? It's a structure. Unsigned short. It's not going to get us close enough. The correct is a uint underscore type T8. No. It will be a uint 8 underscore T, which transfers to a uint 8 under Windows. But then I need the address. The address is there. And then it's data plus to have a C pointer. My problem here is that this isn't an error. My other problem is that's not an error. So if I take in a uint 8 star, we can only have data like that. Which means that that is now a uint 8 star. That's a data like that. Now I can use data plus index. That won't work. It can't work. I'll build. uint 8 to UDP Packet. Can I transfer this over? In other words, just get rid of it. Get rid of you. Put the onus on the client. And then we can work with this within one area, rather than using 3 files, because it's starting to annoy me. Num packets, destination. Okay. Yep, okay. So I'm looking at that, AmberNet packets. There. So, Amber just copied it. V 0 equals something, and we'll make that, get rid of all of this rubbish. And that equals from the client there's no data. Length equals 2. We could get rid of that variable altogether now. As not needed. And the IP address is there. Okay. We've got rid of the problem here. I've still got levels of indirection from Udp Packet there, going into a buffer. Okay. I think I can handle that. Do we still have a running? Yes, we have running server. Client, will you please behave? Nope. It's doing exactly the same. So basically, what it's saying is it has no idea what that is. Packets are there. Sockets there. We've got the socket. We've got the packet. I wonder if there's is there a firewall stopping this anywhere? No, there isn't. Sock packet, num packets. I don't even need to send through the we've already got that information. We know where we're sending it to. Let's try and get rid of as many variables as we can, and then all we'll be left with is the actual code we need. Socket packet, num packets. The socket has the out address already in it. Or does it? It has the in address. That's AmberNet socket. That's the wrong thing. Is that why it's having a problem? Do I need two separate sockets? Is that what you were trying to say? That doesn't make sense. I didn't need it before. But now I'm doing it differently. Who knows? That socket's wrong. That makes about as much sense as a kick in the head. Thank you, documentation. What the hell is going on here? Blah-di-di-di-di-di. If a non-zero port is given, it will be used. Otherwise, any port number will be used automatically. So it says it can send and receive anyway, but it's going to be sending on the wrong port. Right, we're just going to try this out for a stupid test, because we can. Socket out. Let's go to this, and let's create another socket. Doesn't say I can only have one, does it? Interesting, strange idea. It should work. Let's receive, send. AmberNet socket underscore out. That's ridiculous. That works. Not sending anything, but it works. So the data isn't there. Where's the data? And why isn't it using it? Alright, sending data. So all we're doing is we're saying send this data. And we're using AmberNet packets. Why is it not sending the data? Uh, 100. And 222. 222 won't work. 99. Change it to numbers. And it certainly doesn't work. There's nothing coming up on the right hand side here, so I know it's not working. It's not actually sending it. If I use send, it'll send it. Damn, this is weird. Oh well, I guess that's that then. It looks as though I haven't got the answer. Does not have the answer as yet. It just says UDP socket packet V. And it says 10 in this case. Well, we've got a socket, a vectored packet, It's always awkward for me to do vectors in C. This is why I prefer C++ for vectors. Where did I just put that information? On the inside or the outside of the vector? It won't let me do it. That's what I thought. I can set the packets to whatever I like. That's the whole point of it, but I want the address of that. data 0 equals 100. Data 1, you see I'm going to have the same problem about things not being equal to each other. That gives me an address. Or does it? Doesn't give me an address at all, does it? That gives me the item. The address is there. And it's not sending anything. And this is the problem. I can't transfer the data into the packets. Nothing I'll do will put that data into those packets. So something's not quite right here. C is a lot simpler than this. How do I stop that thing? Control F4? Who knows? I'm going to have to think about it, because this is the bit that's really troubling me. Is what kind of data can we have, and how do we put it into the packets, and how do the the packets being transferred is the easy part. But this isn't transferring the data into the packets properly, and it's not sending those packets properly. And I don't like that, so I'm not saving this version out. I don't like this version. It's not making sense. The other version made complete and utter sense and didn't have this problem. That doesn't read right. It doesn't even read English. That's it. So that works, but that will send one number across. And it's trying to change this data type into something else that's more constructive to what we want to do, or at least build, is giving a massive problem. I mean a huge problem. Just trying to change over to sending vectors, it just won't do it. Whereas this, no problem with that. So length is the length of the packet you are sending. And I can't send more than one. It won't let me. will it? Good point. I've not really tried, have I? Because what I would do is I'd put a star there. But you can't. We could try putting a star like that. That becomes that. Length becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can try it out, but I doubt it'll work. Not sure. But we can have a server running just in case it does. That server is... Oh, it's correct, we didn't change it. Second definition, okay. No warnings, that's good. And it hung. Did we change our close situation? Access violation, writing location, yes, of course there is. Okay. Why can't I close the socket? That's correct. We're not using port in. But we will be doing. But it is in receive data. That is a weird thing. Where did that suddenly arise from? I can pass null in there. Yes, I know I can, but I don't want to. Right. that's correct. Local server, may as well keep that one open. Rebuild. Looks okay. I think the server's okay. I just think that Visual Studio is messing about with the code here. I can't tell why. I think I've got something in my... No, it worked. There you go. 72 is the answer. I thought there was just something in the build path, that was all. I was right. 72. Does that agree with what we want to try and send? Hello. Yeah, that's right. 72 is the answer. It's H. $65 is A. Result from send equals 1. Yeah, I've asked it to send 5. So it's sending the right thing. It's sending the right number, which isn't very good for us. Now, how do we get the rest of it? I'm not bothered if it arrives at the other end as a numerical value. As long as it's the ASCII code, I don't care. I can read ASCII code. Send. So length is going into here, which is exactly what it says to do. Don't forget to set the length of the packet in len element of the packet you are sending. Is that a packet? Yep, that's a packet. Is that len element? Yeah. I'm setting it to 5. -1 for the int channel, just because we don't care. And that means it'll take it from the socket, which is the out. It isn't though, is it? Think about that. I think this is cocking us up. Maximum transfer units of the transport medium. It can be as low as 250 bytes for some PPP links and as high as 1,500 bytes for Ethernet. Is it the system that's doing it then? Beyond that limit, the packet will be fragment and make delivery more and more unreliable as lost fragments cause the whole packet to be discarded. Returns the number of destinations sent to that worked. So it's only sending one back. Doesn't send the length. That's fine. It's not very helpful. Again, why is the information, the data not going in? Uint start data, and that's a uint star data. We are passing in uint star data. What happens if I put a 5 there? And the length is 5. Now I'm telling it directly that the data is 5 in length. Initialization requires a brace enclosed initialization list. Of course it does. Why didn't I think of that? Result 36. Well, that's not right. Why would it be 36? Where's 36 come from? E, L, L, O. No, none of those letters are... oh yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 36, huh? A dollar sign? It's an interesting idea. Why on earth would that be? A dollar sign. That's what he gave us. Possibly an overflow. Possibly. But an overflow of what? What's the dollar sign next to? Hash and percent. No, there's no way it can be plus or minused out. Here. Interesting. So that doesn't seem to work either. We'll try numbers. I'm getting some interesting transfers of data, but nothing which I want or is useful. Result equals 1. That I do agree with. Hold on a minute. How am I printing this out? Let's try string. And go back to hello. Okay, nothing running. Excellent. H-E-L-L-O. Gets a bit mangled. But now it's correct. So why is it mangled? What exactly is that printing out, do you think? Addresses? Have we cracked the donkey? We get a smiley face. That's nice. Well, we found out that smiley face is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe the problem isn't how we're sending the data, maybe the problem is how we are reading the data. Now what I didn't see was any warnings on this side. There's 0 warnings. So everything's compatible here. Okay. But I think we can do the data like that on a Uint8. It should work. It should work on ASCII codes. And I've asked it to print out a string. I wonder if it would be a null terminated string. It would be, wouldn't it? It would have to be. There has to be a null termination on it. It's the only thing that I can think of that would make sense for computes to work. So we are reading out char star data. I wish I hadn't used Uint8s. Oh well. At least we now have some inkling of what's going on here. As that works. But it shouldn't do. There's not enough code here for it to work. There's no end of string. There's no string. I don't even think, have we included string, the header file? Probably not. Make sure I get that same result. It has to be the same result. Is it the same result? The first little thick squiggle is. I have to close the window. Can I copy that? No. I did get it, good. Right. Right, that's what we got. A squiggle. What? What on earth is it going on about? I just put that in because it's something you gave me. All I want to do is run it. Done machine. Right, so that's our result. Let's see if we get the same result. Yes, we do. What bothers me is that two characters are different. H-E-L-L. Two characters are different. So this is stepping. It's stepping through something. Something that we've received. Interesting. Interesting result, anyway. Alright, so that gives that. It can't save these characters out. That's what it's trying to tell me. I think I'm going to leave it there because that is a result which I wasn't expecting. I think I want to look into this more. I'm rather interested in how these servers are communicating at a more in-depth level than we're doing here. I want to find out what the heck is this gobbledygook stuff that's happening. I know what a Uint8 is. It's that. So it can hold numbers up to 255. 127 being the max. Yeah, 127 being the max, that's correct. So every ASCII code should be there, but this isn't. This is going into a weird place after here. It's going somewhere different. Only goes up to 127. So it's giving us characters that are not of the correct value. It's not ASCII. It's up in weirdo space in the minuses. So it's actually gone off to this -128 area, which gives strange characters at the best of times, and smiley faces, and weird stuff like that. I have no idea why. So at this point, I think we're going to leave it as the cat wants food, don't you, eh? Poppy wants the food. I quite enjoyed that today. That's been an in-depth look into what can be done with our code. And we've got it working, but I think I need more information on how it's working before I can continue into doing the server. We need more in-depth information, which it doesn't look as though I'm going to get from the SDL manual, so I'm going to look this up and in the proper manual and see what it says. Take care in the meantime, and I will catch you all Tuesday, where I'll be back on Eve, and I will be flying the space lanes and having a wonderful time. Take care, peeps, and have fun.